Good morning, everyone. If any of you needs interpretation services, please get your headset. Good morning. I invite you to please take a seat so we can get started with this session.
Buenos días,
Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to this dialogue about caring cities. Thank you for being here today. Before we get started, we would like to thank Oidp and the city of Córdoba for allowing us to have this meeting here today. First, we're going to talk about that the principles of equality and not discrimination are basic human rights. We also see that human rights have to be taken into account from responsibility and the right of every person. Caring is a human right that should not be denied to anyone. We recognize that the human rights is universal for everyone in society in an equitable way. So with this being said, we're going to start with the first part of the meeting, first with the institutional portion, and then we are going to see firsthand the agenda about the different focuses in the territories. I invite Francisco Sanicelli, General Director of Multilateral Relations and Cooperations of City of Córdoba, Adria Duarte, Coordinator for the Committee on Social Inclusion, Participatory Democracy and Human Rights of UCLJ, Jorge Rodriguez, Coordinator of General Secretary of Mercosity, Mayra Topal, Coordinator of International Programs of Observatory of Violence Against Women, and Ana Falou, Director of CISCA and Feminist Cities and Counselor of UN Women America. Please, big round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let me adjust the microphone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. It's an honor to welcome you all on behalf of the Municipality of Córdoba to the third session of Mercosities. that is hosted by Mercedes and Oidp. We had we pay homage by means of a session yesterday, and now we are working with the observatory to have this dialogue panel today. I wanted to say a reflection before we start with the panel that we have for today, and then to give the floor to Adria Duarte and Jorge Rodriguez to share an institutional welcoming speech. Reflecting upon this topic during the last decade, we were triggered to question how we organized ourselves socially and economically. We have seen that the consequences of climate change, financial crisis, and poverty are related to the way in which we produce and we grow. Likewise, we need to highlight the problem as to how care work is divided in our communities. This is a problem of equity. As is being highlighted by ECLAC, our region needs to analyze the problem because we are the most unequal region in the equal region in the world. We are not the poorest, but we are the most unequal. And this exclusion is translated into the communities and into the cities. As the author Saskia Sassen, we are seeing a process of expulsion. We see how communities and individuals are being displaced from the economic, social, and urban life. And this is a problem that we need to tackle from local governments, because cities can be territories that are hostile for those that are most vulnerable. That's the reason why it is important we start to foster an innovative paradigm for this rule of law. The agenda of care in cities is a way in which local governments can take important topics from the agenda, those agendas that the national level is stepping out. Apart from all this, we are seeing a political crisis that is putting pressure on the role of the state by means of violence. Sometimes the national level is stepping out from topics that are key in the agenda, like equality, poverty, and structural inequalities. So the cities are the ones at the forefront. Local governments are the ones that need to provide answers to cities and communities that feel displaced by the market, feel displaced by the government. So the asymmetries are being seen at local level as well. So the solution should be local. The tool that we have to foster this answer is integration and multilateralism. Mercedes, that is celebrating its 30th anniversary today, together with the Observatory and UCLG, have an idea and clarity. They believe that we can create a cooperation between cities to face specific challenges related to social protection and provision of care services. Because cities must and need to transform themselves to include those that are the most vulnerable and to give better solutions to those that take care of individuals. They need to plan their public work and the community network in a way that is more inclusive and friendly. The state needs to be present so that life of everyone is more livable, more just, and with more dignity. It is difficult for those who are taking care of those that depend on them. It is easier to have a state that is present. So I am honored to see that here in Córdoba we are speaking about these topics, we are sharing better practices. I really hope that you have a very beneficial working session, and I am happy to be in a Congress that is thinking and reflecting about those that provide care from the state. Thank you very much. Hello. Now it's working. I'm changing now my role, and I am going to be the moderator. I'm going to give the floor to Jorge Rodriguez, that is the technical coordinator of Mercosities, that has been here with us during this Congress.
Hola.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you to the city of Córdoba, to everyone who is hosting us, friends that have given us a warm welcome. Also, to thank the International Observatory on Participatory Democracy that have been very generous about the activities that we proposed about Córdoba and Mercosities. To have different working spaces. Also, the initiative from the municipality of Córdoba to give tribute to the 30th anniversary. And I think this also speaks a lot about the openness and solidarity that works in these type of networks, such as Mercosities. With Mercosities and UCLG, we are the reference, we're a network of reference. We are part of the regional part of this network from Latin America, and we work and we contribute with values since its foundation, because we want to build communities and cities with spaces of closeness with the citizens. We also want to show what are the problems, and we try to find solutions as a team. Here in this auditorium, I see people that have been working for the last 30 years. People who are currently working and people who have been working for so long. We have 400 cities, and it continues growing. And this has basically been the work as a whole group over the last years. And I see Noelia, who was part of the team. We saw Guillermo Marinachis, and also the different founders like mayors of other cities as well. So we were founders as well of UCLG in 2004. So basically this community of local governments, what we try to do is to give answers to the issues in the people and the cities. Even though I am not going to give a justification of this discussion, because I believe this conference has given that justification. And you will be able to also hear the different panelists as well. But I want to point out that Mercosities has a compromise for caring cities and has a commitment for them. This commitment was approved in 2022, where we wanted to build this space for work between local governments to take care better about us and other people. An objective that we want to propose for this discussion, I wanted to say that we have 5 different commitments. And this is going to give us an idea of why we're here today. So let me put on my glasses. One of the goals with this type is to try to foster alliances between the local governments and organizations and research institutions to expand policies of caring at a local level. And when I was talking today with Mrs. Falou, we already talked about working together. So the goal of this part is already taking place with the conversation that I had with her this morning. So I hope that we continue having these type of conversations. Also, we want to be committed about care as local government. We are committed to foster strategic alliances and synergies between governments, because we're talking about public policies regarding data and knowledge. We are committed to recognize of the protective role that is active and committed from the government to ensure the rights of the people. We are committed to add learning and certification for caregivers, to give access and also learning that is centered on people. We are committed to include citizens to care, so this does not become poor living wages. We also want to be committed to have more funding from international and national levels. These are the main points for Mercosities that we intend for us to have public policies to continue having these caring cities. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Jorge. Muchas gracias por ese mensaje.
Thank you, Jorge. Thank you for that message. I would also like to highlight that many cities have signed the Declaration for Care. I think we have 22. Well, many cities. And it's open for other cities to commit to this declaration. And even the city of Córdoba is still pending, so it will be great to manage that later on. Next, to also give some institutional words from openness, Adria Duarte, who has been working in this conference since last year. We had several meetings, so thank you, Adria. And also thank you to UCLG, Oidp, and the committee under your charge. Adria is coordinator for the Committees of Social Inclusion, Participatory Democracy, and Human Rights of UCLG. Thank you, Adria.
Good morning, everyone. Fran, it was a pleasure to work with you and Córdoba's team, and I extend the greeting to the rest of the teams in the municipality who have made an excellent job, and I'm thankful to Mercosities. It's a pleasure to speak about caring cities. That's something that is part of our agenda. As I said, I am speaking on behalf of UCLG, and I am part of the Global Secretariat of the UCLG. I feel at home in this panel because we have Mercosities, that is part of our regional summit, Saint-Saint-Denis, which is the vice president, and Córdoba, that is the presidency of Oidp. So we are a family. UCLG is the network of networks because we connect regions, cities, civil societies, and scholars. Just to make you remember, UCLG is a big global organization who wants to give voice to local governments that are facing political problems, that are analyzing and seeing the issues that communities are facing. We want to give them voices and to link them to national and international levels to be recognized as key agents in services and caring. We help them to have resources that are needed to tackle these challenges. We are a network representing these local governments, but we want to go beyond that. We want to move forward in agendas that are based on human rights and caring. So we want to go beyond what we have done so far. In relation to that, it's important for me to say something that Fran, Jorge, and the spokeswomen said, we have a framework that had left people behind. We have had a model that is based on growth of the economics and macroeconomics growth, something that has left people and the environment behind. The current development framework is not enough for us, and we want to have this new caring agenda to start rethinking our development, the model of cities, how we connect and the society connects. So we believe that there's a need to have a new social contract should be made in order to have caring at the center of politics. It's very important to have a concept of caring that is broader and comprehensive. We don't have a specific definition to the concept because we want to explore in conjunction a new way of caring that is centered around individuals. We see the individuals together with the planet, because we believe that we need to protect people, biodiversity, nature. These are all the areas that we comprise within caring. We believe that at the center of policies, we should place the caring of individuals. We will see now specific examples on how cities are working towards that, and we as network want to push and trigger this type of jobs like the one in Mercosides. We will have the chance of explaining specific examples that UCLG is doing, but the message is that we need to explore in collaboration the concept of caring. We are in a conference of Oidp that is linked to participation, but we need to think of the co-construction of new concepts together with local governments and different sectors. We believe that politics should be something horizontal, where scholars, individuals, and communities are linked and take part in the creation of political policies. With all individuals, caregivers, and those who receive that care are part of the community, and we need to move forward on that. But that would be it. That would be the message.
Muchas gracias, Adrián.
Thank you, Adria. What you said about construction from the local to the national is very important, and we're going to see now examples as to how communities create this caring network when they are at the outskirts. So thank you very much, Adria. So now we're going to move to the presentation of Mayra Topal. Thank you very much for being here. Mayra will speak in French, so for those of you who have the headset, please use them now. Mayra is the coordinator of international programs at the Observatory of Violence Against Women at Saint-Saint-Denis. Did I say that right?
Merci à vous, merci à la ville de Córdoba et à Mercosidades aussi.
Thank you to the city of Córdoba and this invitation. We have talked a lot about participatory principles these last few days. I don't know if there is a good translation for caring cities in French, because we talk about cities with solidarity within the cities, but it's not the same thing as caring cities. I really like the concept in Spanish. But as we're talking about participatory democracy, we have to think that that when women suffer from violence, they cannot be part so much of participatory democracy. However, it's important to have women into account for their participation to be more effective and to end with violence against women, also in the family and the community and from the government. So with our department and the Observatory of Violence Against Women, we care for women and kids at a local level and international level, in the sense that we have a project. Let me give you some examples of this. But before that, in our department, we worked on a program for you, for her, a voice for the women. Once the women have the support, then associations help them, so they don't have to look for support alone. We have different people who are able to help them out. Then there are different social promoters who help these women to get back into their life. And once they go back to their normal life, they are able to participate in society. They do not do this alone, but they are there with the help of the caring cities and the health promoters. We also work with the youth, because many times care falls under the women's task. So we work with the youth to change that mindset and not think that women are the only ones that should be caregivers. So we have a project during the school year where experts work with teachers and with kids about equality between women and men. And they can also understand that at home and in other areas, the women should not be the only caregivers. It should be a work as a group. So we have worked on this project throughout a whole year, or when we work with this project throughout the whole year, at the end of the year, we show different presentations or videos on the whole process throughout the school year. We also have another program called Protection for Women Who Have Suffered from Violence, and have helped us to bring this to different levels. We have a pilot program, for example, about Palestine. So the trainers are able to come to our department to learn about these topics. Since 2023, we have been working on this, and now we are working on this in the north part of the territory to work with the youth. We have seen that the work with the youth and the kids is very warm to the heart because we see results very quickly. So in this program, with these programs, we see that in each community there is always examples of good practices. You will see that the communities are part of the network, which has 30 years so far. They give examples that are very interesting about what we have done with UCLG. So with UCLG, we have developed a mock society with practices in society. And there are some practices about, for example, Mexico, where there is a center where they have all the services for women and kids to have access to different type of caring services from a global perspective and a comprehensive perspective. So I invite you to follow this learning platform that you can find it at the UCLG website. It will be very complicated for me to explain right now how to get there, but I can give you more information later on for you to get to the site. But it's important for you to check about that learning. With Anafalu, we have worked together because we have developed the charter for victims in territories that have suffered violence. We have met, and also with other representatives of other communities, to see what we could add to that charter, because the whole society should be part about what's happening with women and the population in general. I think that was everything I wanted to say for the time being, but I would like to add more onto that later on. Thank you.
Hola.
Ahí está, ahora sí. Este anda, sí. Si quieres pararte, te puedo...
So this one is working. Feel free to stand up if you want to. So Anna is going to give this presentation while standing up. Thank you so much, Mayra, about this presentation and the information of UCLG. We can share that later on, how to get there. What you shared was very interesting. I want to thank you. And I know that we have so much information about Mercocities, about different cities that you can find on the site. But something interesting that you mentioned, it was the population that has been affected by this. I wanted to say that in Latin American cities have a good percentage of people that are elderly, that are young, and also people with disabilities.
Ana Falú, además de ser...
Ana Falú, besides being a very well-known person from Córdoba, she's a director from SICSA, and she works with women. Ana, please go ahead.
¿Escucha bien?
Can you hear me well? Hello. Hello, everyone. This is a panel of friends, actually, and I think that it's not coincidence. It's not a coincidence to be here with Francisco again, with Jorge, with Adria, of course, and Mayra, because I have worked and met with each of them at similar areas and with similar works. I would like to tell you that when Rubén Martí drove the Mercocities network, and we have here a meeting for that, prior to that meeting, we gathered in Belo Horizonte, Brazil, where I was invited in the 90s. We created back at that time with Beatriz Leiva de Martí and some other female leaders in the region from different parts of different countries from Uruguay, Paraguay, Brazil. We created the nucleus of gender in Mercocities, and I feel really proud of being part of that group, because as I was part of that group, not only because I was expert in the topic of local governments and social inclusion policies and gender policies, because at the end, speaking about feminism is speaking about social inclusion. But being part of this meant an explicit recognition back at that time and after that at different stages, a recognition to the role of civil associations and scholars could have in this rich dialogue that started at that moment. I wanted to say as well that with Adria Duarte, we have a lot of years of being working together. I have worked in this group, the expert of gender in UCLG, working a lot together with Emilia Sainz, General Deputy Secretary, and the rest of the teams that are diverse and multiple in the sphere of local governments. There are different types of governments and from different political parties, but there is a common ground that starts to strengthen. We have worked firmly for almost a decade so far in the concept of feminism in municipalities. Let's look at the concept. Can you see how strong it is? It is strong to incorporate governments from Russia, Latin America, different governments of the world. We are able to introduce in in those governments the concept of feminism in municipalities. This concept means moving forward with a democracy that is active, that is inclusive, in a democracy that questions some of the principles that we have based on some actions and that we have taken that as the way politics should be done. So that is the questioning that is most interesting for me and that is beneficial, and what we have worked in Saint-Saint-Denis in Paris, in a city that is the poorest in Paris, a city that gathers all immigrants from different parts of the world, from different backgrounds, where violence was a commitment from the politicians and the local government. If government does not have the willingness to do something, there is no way to take things into action. As Adria said, we build from the local to the national and international level. But we need from the rest of the institutions, and we also need from their agenda. And the gender agenda is specific to the democracy in local governments. By saying this, I believe that speaking about caregivers in cities is essential. We are, this panel and this meeting and all the individuals working on the topic, we are all triggering a change in perspective and in paradigm. This is a revolution. This is the real revolution. When we start thinking in terms of caring, because by doing so and by thinking about caregivers in different territories, mean thinking how we do that in each of our cities. Taking care of individuals have an important and an active role in each of the territories we live in. Care means a lot of things. Care is not only to individuals. This means taking care of the environment, of the world, and a planet that is at risk for different reasons. We need to take care of the water, of taking care of nature, the resources that are common, but does also mean taking care of people. Why? Why we believe this is a revolution? Because first, it recognizes and sheds light on the concept of care, because this is solidified and it was fossilized after Industrial Revolution and modern times, where the world is divided into production and reproduction, as if this were possible. In order to produce, we need the side of the reproductive world. In order to reproduce a society, we need caregivers. We need individuals bringing back food. We need individuals taking care of hygiene, of sanitation, all the ideas that we have spoken about so far in the panel, and what Mayra talked about in terms of violence. If there is violence, we have women that feel degraded, individuals degraded, because it is wrong to say that it's only women. They are the majority, of course. I would like to say something else. This is a concept that we are all questioning, and this is feminism in municipalities, is questioning the male-dominated construction of things. This means that we see the society from a social subject that is unique, the one that is equal in us all, that is a male, is a white man, is a young man, is a productive man, is a is a heterosexual man, and I could keep going. So it it leaves a lot of men out of the idea of a male-dominated society. This is what interests us, questioning. And do you know what is the name of that? That is neutralizing politics. Why we don't speak about caring up to today? Why is caring now in the agenda? We have as Adria said, we have the commitment in 2022. We have the commitment in Buenos Aires that was drove by ECLAC and by the United Nations to a society that takes care, that believes in caring. Why now and not in the past? Because we naturalize that policies are thought and defined by neutrality. Neutrality meaning individuals, families, houses. So we do not pay attention to differences. We need to know what are the differences. We need to know about their sex, their identity, their background, their age, their ethnics, if they have an immigrant origin. All the attributes and characteristics that make up individuals that are living in our territory, in our cities. Those individuals that we want to reach and want them to go ask for help to their authorities and their local institutions. So, caring societies is a notion that is active, that requires a collective building, that requires a multi-level building and multi-sectorial construction. That is the only way to move forward in the introduction of the concept of the right to care, the right to provide care and to receive care. This not only means those who need care, but also caregivers. Some months ago, I was in a project in Chile with mothers, caregivers that are mothers that have children with disabilities. And they say, my work is 24/7 throughout the year. There aren't days off. So that is when I said, Francisco, I agree with you totally. The state should be present. If we don't have a state that is present, that is articulating with communities, with families, without denying that there are a lot of other roles, but we need to think, how can we relieve caregivers from their tasks, from which actions, from which perspectives? As Claudia Lopez from Bogotá said, how can we give time to women? How can we give time to women when time is the scarce resource in their lives? Women are the first ones in getting up and going to sleep, and they are always in need of time and space. The time from people and space in territories. So what is it that we want to take care of? We need to know, we need the analysis to get to know the realities, to interrelate that data. We need to see what are the gaps between communities that are expressed in territories. So we are interested on territories as well. In order to speak about care, we believe, and we have done so far this, I hope that with the secretary, with what they are doing at the municipality and what we are articulating from SICSA and the different networks together with the National University of Córdoba, we can all get deep in evidence. Cartographies are an evidence of what is going on in territories. Maybe it is not a clear picture from the reality. As a Spanish sociologist said, and we have learned a lot from caring, he speaks about a new sector, a new group of caring. Sorry, I need to drink water. It is better to have a dirty mirror to see yourself than not having a mirror at all. So having the diagnosis of the political panorama is better to make decisions. But a diagnosis like this needs to include intersections, all the intersections that are needed from American black people taught us, which is an instrument that is very useful, which is giving, bringing to life the intersection that can help us bring into life the multiple characteristics one individual has. If I am a young man, indigenous without a job, and I live in a neighborhood that is in the outskirts, that are not recognized as such, definitely I am a citizen that is under the lens of officials and police officers. So the territory as a central element in the analysis. So that's why we believe we need to work on cartographies that may bring into life the conditions of a territory, the vulnerabilities that are in a territories, so that we can make progress. We want to make progress in the implementation of a comprehensive caring system in each city. It's fantastic to know that 30 cities are working on this, have signed the commitment. We are working seriously from UCLG, and we need to bring that into Market City. We need to have model policies. There were those examples in Montevideo, in Bogota, in the city of Santiago, in Chile, and I could keep giving examples by means of different types of instruments that are related to geographical planning. What do we want? What is that we want to do from this democratic perspective that is plural and multicultural? We want to take caring out of feminist groups. We want to rethink caring with men, with states, at governments at different levels, and say the caring is not something related only to women. They are not only needed for a community to reproduce itself. We cannot lose the power and the ability of half of the community to make our cities grow. This is something, we are doing something wrong. So we need to take out feminists from the center of caring. Caring should not be based on the research that we are doing. Caring is mainly in the sector of the market that coincides with the territories of richness, the territories of the poor, where community caregivers, female community caregivers, are the ones that are supporting and holding carings alive. They need our support. So taking caring out of market. And finally, caring should be out of this, the male perspective. This means recognizing caring, redistributing the care work, reducing care work, but also giving care an economic value. And I will summarize. Caring is a variable that can mean an economic input, and it can be seen as work. The current society that is aging needs caregivers that should have dignity. So that is the horizon that we are trying to achieve. So I invite you all to think about neighborhoods that take care in neighborhoods, thinking about that level of intervention. Families, neighborhoods, cities, metropolis, all organizations that are needed and that are interrelated. But in neighborhoods is where where solidarity is found, is where political movement is built. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ana Falú. Thank you, everyone here in this first panel. Now we're going to change panels. But before we do that, I wanted to thank you. And as a summary, we should talk about inequality. Let's talk about periphery and outskirts. And as you said, Anna, a productive world should not just only come from the reproductive world, and the violence should be addressed. So that's kind of like to give a summary of the first panel. Now we're going to change panelists, but please stay seated because we have a lot to cover. Thank you.
Bueno, a continuación.
Next, we are going to hear from their experiences in their implementation of caring policies and innovative program. They represent local governments, international organizations, and the National University of Córdoba. They are looking into a viewpoint from different perspectives. I invite Mariela Couto from the Technical Secretariat of Mercosur, Emilio Cordoner, Mayor from Ayacucho, Argentina, Cristina Nagino, Deputy Secretary of Family and Community Development of the Municipality of Córdoba, and the President of the Civil Association of Las Gomas. Please, a big round of applause.
Hola. Bueno, bienvenido.
Welcome everyone once again. We're going to start with this second part of the session. At the end, we're going to have time for some questions and reflections. So let's start thinking about them. And also to remind you that this is a space with limited time about a topic that takes so much time because of the importance of it. So I think what's important here is to continue working and talking about this topic outside this session. So let's get started with this conversation. So now, in the mayor of Ayacucho, Emilio Cordoner, please, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to tell you once again, Ayacucho, it's a city in the province of Buenos Aires with 22,000 people. To give you an idea, it's kind of like from the capital. around 300 kilometers to the south. It's a city that mostly has to do with the countryside, and even though it's a small city, the territory is very large. Before I get started, I would like to thank the city of Córdoba and the municipality, the whole team, because of all how attentive you have been with us. And Adria, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be in the different panels and talk in this conference. And I also wanted to add about the importance of these type of events for those who are always with urgent matters that need to be solved daily, and for us to have this space to stop for a bit, think, exchange ideas with colleagues, and also to see other viewpoints, and to think from a different strategic lens for long and short term or medium term answers. So thank you so much for that opportunity as well. We have brought a very short video that lasts 1 or 2 minutes, and after that I will share some reflections with you.
Childcare centers in the municipality, local services for children and adolescents, community center of Panambi, program of shared social responsibility and BIOM, school support in neighborhood councils, youth in the territories, workshops on prevention in rural communities, walking for health, daycare center for the elderly, Dr. Héctor Daniel Fayela. Activities in the elderly care center. Center of Community Inclusion and Training, CEFIC. University offer in promotion of caring for early childhood and pregnant women.
Bueno, ahí quería...
So I wanted to share some of the actions that we are working on from Ayacucho, from the municipality. We were talking about the willingness from politicians to bring these ideas, and also the articulation with other agents from civil society. It's important to articulate with the governments at a local and national level now and always. Sometimes it becomes difficult, but we need to continue trying. And also with different agents in civil society. Regarding care, you could saw there daycare centers or other places regarding the youth. We are trying to prevent addictions with the program right now. We also had the division of gender and diversity. We're working with the elderly with a view that tries to give some dynamic aspects to life that is even longer now. Before, you could see of a nursing home with the elderly placed there. We have that, but also a day center for those elderly who do not need to live in a residency. So to give a summary of everything that we are working on, and also open to hear if you want to hear more about a specific topic, and also from the program in Merco cities that helped us to work on this. We thought about this from the transversal viewpoint, for everyone in the team to have this concept incorporated. And the Secretary of Education thought of university courses, and we have many agreements with different universities that come and teach. From the Secretary of Education, we thought about, okay, let's bring a university course for the for childhood and the elderly. So that's why we had different programs that we have worked with Merck cities. So the different areas we try to incorporate and generate ideas from that. So important to talk about transversality and to think about an ample and big viewpoint and more general, and think about gender, the elderly, the early childhood, very comprehensive, and to work with the community. So these ideas are part of public policies that no matter who is in charge or who is the mayor in the administration, these ideas can continue regardless of the administration. But we hope to continue with that. And thank you so much for giving us the time to talk.
Ahora.
Thank you very much, Emilio. Very interesting, the experience that you are sharing and how you and the city are working the topic on caring. Sometimes I think, and we spoke about a bit these days. Now, I'm going to move forward to Cristina Nazino, Deputy Secretary of Family and Community Development of the Municipality of Córdoba, Argentina. Cristina, the floor is yours. I know that you have a presentation. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's an honor for me to be representing here and be part of the municipality of Córdoba. I must say that what I am going to describe today is a work that we have been doing for many, many years. I am making this public today, but this is the work of my secretary. They have been working for many years, and there are many actors that have worked on this. So I'm in charge of two areas, of girls and the youth and the elderly.
Soy mala. Si usted me lo quiere pasar, yo lo voy comentando. Bueno.
The first thing I must say is that there are two aspects here in the city of Córdoba. One is taking care of the early childhood as a vital stage for a comprehensive human development and with a focus on rights. So we work with childhood and we focus on early childhood from 0 to 5 years old, which is the most vulnerable group. On the other hand, we also protect the elderly. Here in Córdoba, we have two characteristics. In order to protect the early childhood, there is an ordinance. So by means of ordinance, we have established a caring and protective program. I would like to mention this because this ordinance is born out of the Municipal Council for Childhood and Adolescence. This is a council integrated by municipal offices, all the secretaries, together with civil associations, universities. So in this council, we have created this ordinance to protect childhood and the youth. So this implies that we work at the first level of protection and we work at the second level. If you don't know, and I will try to summarize this, the first level of protection is the first intervention when there is a violation of rights against children, education, health, and all social areas. The second level of intervention is when we cannot work with if the violation of rights cannot be tackled at the first level, we move to the second level by means of CEP. Maybe I think that you know the name. Córdoba is divided in the CPC, the community participation centers, like small municipalities that are located in different territories. We have 16 CPC now, and inside those CPCs, we have 14 systems, 14 teams that are protecting rights, made up of social workers, psychologists that are working on this second level of protection. The idea is to provide answers at this violation of rights. This is a level in order to work together with the families to see if we can give back the rights that were violated. From the schema that we work with, we believe that children and the youth need to be at home with their families. That's the priority. We have a registry now of 1,000, more than 1,000 social and community spaces. 95% of those community spaces that are in the territory working, providing support on food and support on education, most of the caregivers are women. 95% of them are women. That is the geolocalization of the 1,833 social and community spaces. Every month, as municipality, we provide funds to these caregivers. We weren't able to make this more massive for men. These women, before this registry, these women did the same type of caring system at home, but they didn't receive any type of support from the government. So a local policy is this monthly fund to these women. This is not only a fund, a support of money, but we also provide workshops and support on different topics in terms of the areas where they are located. Today, the issue is the consumption of drugs, so we are working with community leaders to tackle basic concepts as to how to manage this type of situation. In the territorial strategy for the elderly, the municipality is one of the first ones that have installed 14 daycare centers. The idea was to establish those daycare centers so that the elderly could gather. At that point, the concept of desired solitude was not present. But at that moment, the elderly went to these daycare centers to do activities and recreation. And we also have a residency of elderly, for the elderly that are living in this residency that is subsidized and carried out by the municipality. We have permanent workshops, and we work with the elderly centers. In each of these neighborhoods, the elderly centers are fostered by the CPC. Our political commitment and local commitment is to give back rights to children and the youth and the elderly every day. Thank you very much.
Hola. Ay, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Cristina. The experience of Córdoba is so interesting, and I know that in 7 or 8 minutes it becomes very hard to summarize everything. But thank you so much for talking, because it shows the support from the local government and the work that is done at different levels. I'll remind you that this session can be seen online. Now, Adrià Duarte is going to speak once again, but so he can tell us about the experience and a specific case that they're working on. Thank you, Maria Laura, once again. The idea of caring is so big, but so it's difficult to explore in a few minutes. But first of all, I would like to congratulate all the panelists because their experience is very fruitful. As a reminder, all of you work from the territories and municipalities, and also the role of UCLG and Merco cities. The idea is to create communities to share practices and to think together, as the mayor was saying before, because you are on the day-to-day tasks, and to be here and to have the time to reflect and see the ideas as a whole group, because at the end of the day, you are living through the same challenges, even if they are in different contexts. I would like to share a few cases that could be very interested, and I already mentioned about the feminism and municipality level, and it's important to build a community on top of that. Mayra also talked about all the women in Saint-Denis, and also about the book on internet that I recommend. I also want to talk about the accessibility area of UCLG with Federico Bastista. This work is linked with disability, and also to see disabilities from an accessibility viewpoint, because the work is very important. And another thing I wanted to mention as an exercise of reflecting is where we are and where we want to go. Goal basically it has to do with the goals from the cities that are published every 3 years with UCLG. Because in this participatory exercise, we invite colleagues and other cities in the network to be part of the report. The last report was in 2022, and one of the chapters had to do with care. And I think that it will be important to explore this. The next one will be in 2026, and it has to do with economy and care, and basically to face inequalities and link that with caring. So I invite you to contact us and contact UCLG, because the idea is to have ideas from others and to see about caregiving, to see how cities are working in terms of that, and the different research that has been done. I would like to also mention a case that was part of the report from Goal. There was a relationship between participatory budget and caring. This study was done by Yves Caban, and even though a few months away he passed away, I still invite you to read that report, because it talks about a participatory budget and all the tools that are present, while we understand that not everyone is able to access them. So this is a tool where the citizenry and groups and participatory budget with different groups and with the youth will show through the study that even though it hasn't been analyzed much lately, it shows the different ideas that community centers propose, and many of those things have to do with caring. And however many people don't think about much of this, the citizens do have these needs. In this study, we saw about improving public spaces regarding caring, and also improving daycare centers for children, and many other needs in regards to caring, that even though we didn't put that name on it, we knew that there was a need around those topics. So it was important to build that narrative and to put that in a one common place. And of course, we have worked with the different mechanisms in UCLG to continue working with the Inclusion Commission and Oidp. We have had several webinars that you can find on our website regarding caring practices and participation. There are also very beautiful cases regarding childhood that you can also see there. So I basically invite you to connect with Mercosiris and UCLG. And to sum up, next Tuesday on the 27th, we're going to have a virtual exercise on UCLG. I think it's at 9 a.m. Argentina time. So these exercises are to think in the future, envisioning exercises, to think about caring. And I invite you to be part of this webinar because we would love to continue moving forward with Mercosiris and on this whole agenda regarding care. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Adria. The invitation is made to both activities through participation at all levels. By means of participation, we can create care in cities. So now we're going to give the floor to Alida Wet, founder of Civil Association Las Omas from here, the city of Córdoba. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor to be part of this panel and having heard the presentations from the previous panel. I represent a civil association that is territorial to the east of the city. For many years, it was degraded environmentally, socially. When we speak about environment, we speak about society, the social sphere. It was decided that a plant for the treatment of sewage system was constructed there. So it started to malfunction. It contaminated water instead of. So the sale of food was prohibited because of the pollution. So the owners of the land started to dig, and they started to transform the land into other type of spaces to create construction materials like quarries. Now the state and mining office says you need to fix the problem in terms of these environmental issues. So now in order to solve the water pollution, it was authorized to bring material to cover those water spaces. And now we see how the community is degraded, because the community started to eat from their own production that was polluted. So now, having to transform their way of life, they had to migrate or adapt to learn new ways of making their living. So, and after the quarries, they started to live from the rubble. So they started to create. The women started to take children back to school, and they stayed at the square. They didn't have money to walk back home or take buses to go back home. And because they have incorporated situations of domestic violence, so they decided to wait for the children outside here in the square and not at home. At the beginning, they started as a contention group where they could wait, drink something hot around the fire, and then the group started to get bigger. We have these mothers leaving their children at school, and then neighbors start coming to this community center as well, and then came the elderly who were facing this undesired solitude. So the community started to grow. In the year 2016, we formally became a civil society, and it has more than 300 women from the east area of the city. We have incorporated a lot of survival strategies, like jobs. We invent, let's say, jobs for women. We train ourselves in different types of academic formation, and some women started to produce. Now we have 8 production units. We do everything, and we change the paradigm of the organization in relation to stop depending from the state that has finite resources to tackle this type of situations. And we started working with companies that donated materials or wanted to help us, but we started saying, okay, we accept the donations, but we need to provide services to you. We need to give back something to you. So we move from being the recipients of donations to be a supplier. So we change also the perspective of women from being in a passive role and now to be in an active role, feeling part of the society, being part of a productive network where each of them have a place. Those production units that we created were based on demand. First, we started with a textile unit. We started creating a face mask and all the sanitary elements during the pandemics. Some of the companies were happy with our production, and we were able to sell 2 million elements for this during this sanitary situation. We started to distribute this fund. We incorporated women that were at home to work with us in the textile production. We produced uniforms, and we incorporated our brand, and we were able to sell those clothes, or we also were able to distribute that to some other production units for the creation of other types of elements and devices to sell. It's a simple job that is useful for those women who didn't have the chance of accessing other types of opportunities. So they have the chance of learning an art, something handmade that can be useful for their jobs. We don't look for a formal employment because of the characteristics of the area. It doesn't have, for example, a good transport network. The urban bus only reaches the center of the city and goes back in Chacra de la Merced. So the community here cannot access to the bus network, even though we have free bus tickets for students. So they cannot use this bus network because the buses do not enter the community. They cannot have a formal employment because they cannot access to mobility means. So public policies are needed and should be concrete. We have a recent experience, and I will wrap up. We were invited to a home, sort of a vacation for women, for a program taking care of the caregivers from Córdoba, and some women went because the limitations were that women could not take their children. If we said that women are the ones taking care of individuals 24/7, it's important to understand that they will need to bring with them their dependents. We need to think with the other individuals, not for the others.
Muchísimas.
Thank you so much. Hearing your the experience is so interesting, and even though there is a long way to go, I think we're on the right path. So we want to thank all of you with a big round of applause to all the panelists. We're going to open a space for reflection or questions from the public. We believe it's important for all of you to also participate. And these questions can be for the panelists on stage or the panelists that were previously on stage. We have one question from the public. Please go ahead. Thank you. Congratulations for the intervention of each one of you. I am from Peru. I am the mayor of San Juan de Vigancho, and my district is one of the biggest. And we also have the same issue, that there are many different policies that haven't been done correctly regarding the care of people. I would like to know if you have also thought about the idea of family planning. How can we plan for families who already have babies and already have a lot of work of caring for them and caring for the elderly, about planning their life? I would like to see what your thought has been on that, and if you can help me out. Thank you. So maybe more information, people who work within a health department in the municipality. But what I can tell you so far, we work with adolescents and young women. We have inside the community centers and the health centers, especially regarding prophylaxis during pregnancy. We work with them to see when they want to have children. So this is something that we work on with the health centers that we have within the city. I wouldn't be able to give you more information about how many people we're able to reach with that, because it's outside my area of expertise. Thank you, Christina. I think Gabi has the next question. Yes. I am Gabi Bruno. I fight for rights for women with disabilities in the city of Santa Fe. I've been working a lot regarding that topic. I am part of Mercosities, and I was in part of the direction of disabilities in the province of Santa Fe a few years back. I really like to point out the success on being able to talk about these topics, to feel or to see it from the feminist viewpoint. I think it's very important to cross-cover that regarding disabilities, especially with people with disabilities, that we shouldn't be seen as people who are always needing help, or people who you are always in charge of. We should be seen as people that need support, and it's important to visualize the resources of these type of services. Regarding care in a more broad space, we need to have cities that are more accessible to ensure people with disabilities to access different areas the same way other citizens are able to do. So I want to highlight that it's important the visualization on these aspects. Thank you so much for that reflection for Mercosities. Thank you. We have one last question. Thank you. Good morning, Mariano Pareiro from Paraguay. This was my question. I am a community leader and I have a question for you. Is there an urban policy regarding care? Because the infrastructure of cities should consider accessibility for everyone. This means that when the public works take place anywhere in the world, we should consider the physical aspects for wheelchairs and also for people that have issues seeing, also for the elderly. All the sidewalks should be inclusive. Healthcare should be prepared in infrastructure for all the citizens. Do you have specific studies regarding the urban spaces in your departments, while keeping in mind accessibility and care? And also, my other question is that infrastructures also think access for kids, young and adults, because I see spaces to play sports, but many times when kids want to play sports, you see young people playing, and when young people want to play sports, you see adults playing. So there is basically no social agreement on how to use public spaces in the few that we have in the cities. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is a very important topic. And what happens in Ayacucho is that we have a division over the last 25 years where accessibility is incorporated and all the public works take that into account. We have services that look into that. Let's say a ramp in a corner so wheelchairs can go through them. Ayacucho is turning 159 years old. We have built the city for many years without keeping that into mind, without those aspects. So we need to rebuild all these aspects because we see that many of the older cities have issues with infrastructure with the urban development. So for the future, we're thinking on how to do things, but we have to reconstruct what has already been done. It takes time, but we are keeping into mind those concepts to try to fix what has been done. Thank you, Emilio. Cristina? Same thing happens in the city of Córdoba. Anything that has to do with public transportation keeps in mind accessibility. Most buses and the ones that are being bought do have access ramps for wheelchairs. And something that has been added in this administration has to do with training for employees and public officials in the municipality regarding accessibility in public spaces and the way of working with people that have disabilities. So I see what you see about accessibility with kids and adolescents. There are many spaces that are being created, and some of them were built way back then, but all of them should be thought from the paradigm of accessibility.
Sadly, we need to close this question and answer section, but the speakers are here around, so take benefit of this session. Remember that we are committed. We have the commitment of caring cities from Mercos City and the invitation of UCLG in terms of participation, as Anna said. This is a revolution, and the revolution is done by all of us. If we don't participate, we cannot achieve the targets. So now I'm going to give the floor to the speaker. There is a closure. Now We're going to invite the speakers from the first panel to go back on stage. And we receive the authorities: Juan Domingo Viola, Secretary of Citizen Participation and Youth, the Secretary of Graduates from National University of Córdoba, and Francisco Sanicelli, Director of Multilateral Relations and Cooperation. They will give a gift to the speakers.
Se procede a la entrega de un presente.
Now we are giving the gifts to the panelists.
Ahora sí, les vamos a pedir, si por ahí están. Los dejamos acá. La fotografía de rigor.
Now we're going to take a picture, as always.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and we are going to see session number.
in this 24th conference of the International Observatory on Participatory Democracy. Within the questions that triggers this session, we ask ourselves, in what ways can decentralization improve the organization of territory in a context of growing urbanization? So we start speaking about decentralization in terms of operation in the cities. So we're going to hear Ricardo Marquez, president of the Parish Council of Benfica, Tatiana Robles, deputy secretary of Sub-Mayoralties of Sao Paulo, Fidel González Pérez, officer at the Directorate of Active Democracy in Barcelona, Carolina Grimaldi, Metropolitan Citizenship, Juan Domingo Violas, provision of services forces us to think of decentralization in terms of operation as well. We also need the political decentralization and citizen participation so that the decisions that we make are legitimate. So we're going to speak about these topics with our speakers today. So we will start with Ricardo Marquez, the president of the Parish Council of Benfica. Good morning, everyone. I would like to say that I don't speak Spanish very good, but I will do my best. Benfica is a municipality in the city of Lisboa with 70,000 inhabitants that has a lot of neighborhood living ambience. It has a lot of sports centers. We have associations that have a policy of open doors. So all the strategies that we're going to present in the video are useful to explain the projects. It has two basic premises. The studies done in Portugal shows that the entity, for example, the one that I am head of, we have two levels of municipality power. We have the councils and the municipality hall. Always the one that has the best legitimate is the council. Confidence is 85%, the chambers 70%, and political parties a lot less. So when the power goes far from the citizen, the trust and confidence falls. So the strategies that we have created, 22 strategies of participation, are based on giving voice to the citizens and available to politicians and communities through technology. This was the citizen participation in briefly summarizing Benfica. So what I'm going to show you is the 22 areas of work that were in a peak 2 years ago. We made the first local referendum in Lisboa, and the mayor was the biggest local referendum to decide upon paid parking. People voted against paid parking, so the mayor prohibited that. That constituted a milestone. At that moment, the European Commission carried out multiple assessments. 10,000 people voted in this referendum, and I'm going to show you a video, and then we are going to speak about a little bit more on some other projects like listening neighborhoods, listening the streets.
Democracy is genuinely participatory, and power must be shared. We provided participation tools to our neighborhoods so that young people, adults, seniors, everyone can have a say in the solutions for our community. Through participatory budgeting, we listen to the youngest members of our society, allowing them to share their opinions on what they want to flourish in our neighborhood. The environment is another priority. Residents decide how to invest in sustainability policies through the green budget. Seniors also propose, debate, and vote on projects of the senior participatory budget. Local organizations, associations, and active community members are also involved in shaping Benfica's future directions through the Social Ideas Bank. We channel resources into projects aligned with the parish's social development plan. Because some issues demand collective responses, we created the No Initiative, a call to act together against domestic violence and to fight for gender equality. Participation is also expressed through culture, art, talent, and identity. Public space becomes everyone's space. The community members choose what they want to see represented in the parish's streets, squares, and walls. In the art murals, we decided which personalities should be honored. On the Olmeiro Promenade, we immortalized cultural figures linked to the iconic bookshop on Avenida Uruguay. We created advisory councils to listen, reflect, and act alongside parish members. We brought together schools, businesses, and institutions in education and employability to align education, training, and the job market. In commerce, we united shopkeepers and promoted a shared strategy for the commercial fabric of our neighborhoods. Through the Street by Street program, we held in-person debates before every public space intervention, listening to the local population on site. With the project Hear the Neighborhood, we got out into the streets with interactive maps to listen to those who know the territory best, those who live, study, or work there. At the Children's Assembly of Benfica, students from local schools debate and present ideas that are brought to the Municipal Assembly. When the topic is structural, we ask those who have the most to say directly. That happened on February 12, 2023, with the City of Lisbon's first local referendum held in Benfica on the issue of paid parking in the parish. In Benfica, decision-making belongs to everyone, and participation is more than a right. It is intrinsic to a more vibrant, inclusive, and fair parish. We believe in politics of proximity and commitment. Welcome to the parish of Benfica, where everyone matters, because the neighborhood belongs to everyone and is for everyone.
Gracias, gracias.
Thank you. I didn't know that we had this translated into Spanish. We didn't have this translation in Spanish, otherwise it would have been easier. Now we have different projects of going to the street.
Listen the neighborhood.
So every day we're on different parts of the neighborhood, and from somebody from our administration, another person from public works and education, and somebody from the executive branch. So we try to always be in the street. We take turns, and we put our faces out there. So we listen to the issues that people have. We even have an accessible tool that people can access to pick what are the problems that citizens have. They can find this tool on the website, so they can propose a solution to an issue. We take 15 days to give an answer to the community through this tool. So this is done with transparency. We don't have we don't have a competition to do this, and then we study the issues. So we study the population, and after studying this, after 2 months with the platform, we have 200 projects proposed. Of course, we have several issues like potholes. There are so many, But so far, this is what we want. We want the growth. If we see the growth of the far right in the world, we have to understand that to have a democracy, we need to listen to everyone's opinion, even if it doesn't align with ours. We have to find solutions for citizens. Even we have to find solutions to the different issues that are brought to us. So these tools are so we can take charge of the opinions and the solutions. So we need to build a world with the right answers, because it gives a benefit to the whole community. I'm going to stop right here. I thank OIDP, the municipality of Córdoba. I fell in love with this city. And these last few days of work and meeting have been amazing, because we have tried to learn from everyone and build a narrative of hope, because community is the answer for democracy. Community is key.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. Now we are moving forward with Tatiana Robles, Deputy Secretary for Sub-Majorities of Sao Paulo. Good morning, everyone. I would like to greet you for the invitation of being here in the city of Córdoba. As Ricardo said, I would say that I speak a little bit of English and Spanish, that is the Spanish and Portuguese that is mixed. I will try to speak as better as I can. I think that I have a presentation. I'm going to speak about the experience in Sao Paulo with decentralization. Sao Paulo is a city with more than 10 million inhabitants, and it's wide in territory, so it's very difficult to manage a city like this. We have different types of realities within the same city, so decentralization in terms of administration is like an obligation for a kind of city like Sao Paulo. If not, it's not easy to administer such a big city. You have a map there, there's not a line. The lines are not well placed, but it has 32 municipalities. I don't know if sub-municipalities is the best translation, because I understand that Sao Paulo is different from other places of the world, but I think that it is understood. Sao Paulo is divided in 32 deputy municipality in 2002 by an ordinance municipality. Brazil is a federation that is kind of different from other countries in the world, because we have municipalities as federative, with a federative regime. Most of the countries that are federations have the provinces as entities of federation, but in the case of Brazil, we have a federation, the municipalities as federations. So, give me a minute. I don't know why this is not working. Thank you. I was saying that this deputy municipality has political autonomy. They were created in 2002 by a municipal act, and I think that the most important thing about autonomy is the fact that they can execute laws for their own territory. Of course, that they should be aligned with the bigger acts, but the mayor can pass acts that are valid and that should be enacted in their own territory. We have some other powers that are granted, but I think that the most important one is the possibility to pass laws in its own territory. Of course, together with the political autonomy, we see the economic autonomy, because it's not possible to be autonomous if you don't have money. So each of the municipalities has a proper a budget of their own to carry out operational and management expenses and activities. So we have a city inside another city with political and economic autonomy. Within the political autonomy, it is important to say that it does not have autonomy over all matters of the city. There are some aspects in which the mayor can impact on. In order to coordinate these 32 deputy municipalities, we have an office to coordinate these 32 entities by creating indexes for human resources, materials, signing contracts, in order to coordinate all the activities of the deputy municipalities. I would like to speak about the experience of Sao Paulo with citizen participation and administrative decentralization. We have spoken a lot about citizen budget, but I think that we try to have the citizen budget together with administrative decentralization. So the mayor allocated almost $50 million approximately for citizen budget. Each deputy mayor's office has $2 million to use in their own territory. So the citizens present in a digital platform their proposals. The proposals are subjected to an election, and the most voted ones are included in the budget. Other experience that is interested in Sao Paulo is the participatory council. Each deputy mayor's office has a participatory council that is autonomous from the society. The members that are elected, they should live in their territory. We have 5 councils for district because each deputy mayor's office is divided in districts. So the participatory council has its own budget as well that is allocated by the mayor, and the council can choose different public works to be done in their territory. We have another experience with participatory democracy and administrative decentralization. Now I have a video that shows 2 public works that were carried out after the initiative of participatory councils. I don't know if you have it there. One of the jobs is the public work in the streets of the community Pilois. This was an instance of representation where 32 territories of deputy mayor's office. Kids couldn't play because the streets were in pavement way. And the fact that now the streets are improved allows citizens to use the public space. Then we have the construction of a sports area and entertainment named Genaro de Carvalho. The construction of this area benefited 100,000 people, and the investment was of 6 million reais. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bueno, un aplauso para Tatiana Robles.
Round of applause for Tatiana Robles. Now we are going to continue with Fidel González Pérez, officer of the Directorate of Active Democracy from the City Council in Barcelona. Thank you everyone for inviting Barcelona. It's an honor to be here. I have a presentation. So to put you in some context, Barcelona is the second biggest, most important city in Barcelona in Spain, with more than 1,600,000 people living in it, with 10 districts and 73 neighborhoods. So you can have a better idea. In the metropolitan area of Barcelona, each municipality next to the city of Barcelona equals one district in the city, more or less. The city of Barcelona has a law that's called the Municipal Charter of Barcelona that is regulated by the government and the city and gives a special status compared to other municipalities in regards to autonomy as a municipality. It also regulates elements of decentralization, and also so things are not concentrated or all located in the city. And even though lack of concentration is different to decentralization, it defines the districts as territorial bodies for the administration and decentralization for citizen participation, with the idea that districts we have a special type of attention to balance the differences, so the district with its own autonomy is able to organize themselves so they can fix any type of imbalances in each neighborhood and district of the municipality. Some of the characteristics of the districts is that on one side, they don't have we don't consider that there is a decentralization, but more of a deconcentration from the municipality. It has some specific attributions and organization. They also have their own budgeting and staff. Barcelona has a double structure in different areas. Its first areas and then district. Each district has its own administration. So basically it has an autonomy as an organization. The district, when you have to create, modify, and stop them, it has to do with the municipality. So everything delegates from the municipality to the district, but it doesn't change according to the administration of the municipality. So we can continue with the jurisdiction. This charter also defines that each district has to work with the 15% of the municipality budget. One of the things is what it says in the charter, another completely different thing is what happens in reality. From decentralization and participation, that I think has a lot to do with what we're talking here. I wanted to distribute here different administrative areas of the neighborhood and the different channels of participation that each one of them have for citizenry. On one hand, you can see representation, policy representation that goes into the municipality called municipal council, that they pick or they elect their representative, and that person reports to the mayor. In the sense of the district, the people do not elect the representative. They do a proportional from the municipal election, and then from there they see who are the council. So they are elective in an indirect way. In the sense from the neighborhood, that doesn't exist. But and there is no an administrative structure. It does exist, though, the administrative structure in the cities and the district. And the different channels of participation that we have in the city of Barcelona, it has different channels. There is territorial bodies, that is the city council, which is the biggest and most representative body. Most entities are represented through this council. It is not open. However, in the district, there is not a body as such, but that is then given the power to the neighborhood council, which is open, that they meet at least twice yearly, and any citizen can join. And even though they are not, they try to move from a more horizontal way to generate discussions about the issues issues in the neighborhood and the challenges. Also, they want to see what the citizens think and how to face those problems. Because those spaces are part of the hearings. Basically, there are hearings for the people where they show where are their complaints, but the level of participation is much lower. So we like even more the neighborhood council because it has a long way in which things can be improved. But these are actually, we like this because it can generate good discussion. Then the sectorial bodies, we have the sectorial councils that we have from the city and the district. From the participatory processes that are generally from the city level, they are also generated from the district level. But sometimes what happens is that if there is a good level in the neighborhood and they have decided that they need a bigger space for debate, then they ask for a participatory level, a participatory process. And then regarding channels, there is a citizen initiative that all the citizens can ask by signing, and they can ask about a specific topic or a specific law or the specific law to be talked about, and that's when they ask for meetings. So you can have different levels for this in the neighborhood or in the district or the city. And then direct democracy, that will be consultation, that over here you have it in gray, because even though it happens in these three different levels, here, even though it's regulated, but the concept of referendum becomes a little bit difficult to manage. So the administration didn't want to talk much about this because the Supreme Court even didn't pass this type of jurisdiction when we wanted to ask for consultation or for this because there was no referendum. So this is why this is a little bit gray out, because it's difficult to talk about those topics. So going back to the participatory budget, there are three different levels. This year, we have the second edition of participatory budget. As the city level, we have also the district level that takes into account the neighborhood level. Basically, when it goes back to the previous to last voting process, a certain number of neighborhoods have to be represented. So the voting process and the budget representation has to be met for this to happen. So when I say that now participation is 4.0, has to do with public policies. Our model of public policies has to do with the civil aspect that we are still exploring. We have a program called Patrimonio Ciudadano, Citizen Patrimony, that so far we have talked about two levels of participation. One of them from the citizen participation that has to do with the institutional level. Let's say the mayor's office open for the citizens to give suggestions, and then you have the community participation that is given through organizations. So people can bring their questions and concerns. But we also have a third level, which is the civic participation, which has to do with associations from the civil level. So this belongs to the administration, where the city gives the power to other spaces that people can take ownership. With the civic management, we see the budget from a core perspective, so people can manage non-mandatory services that are public. So 60 equipments and services are managed by these associations, or even by platforms of neighborhood associations. This is to say, sports centers or civic centers. So right now we are developing this idea of public policies, basically to go towards decentralization in this administration. That was everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to hear Carolina Grimaldi from Metropolitan Citizenship. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to try to sum up 29 years, the process of decentralization in Buenos Aires. I could say even more years, but taking the starting point, the autonomous status of the city, we can say that we've been working on this 29 years. Actually, I have a presentation prepared, but it's kind of long, and I will try to be as brief as I can. Starting from the enactment of the Constitution of Buenos Aires, we can say that decentralization was a topic that was extremely relevant, and that had from the very beginning the majority of the consensus. We all believed that the city had to move forward and apply this profound change in terms of administrative and organization in cities. And a long time we've seen there were challenges in which, considering the scope of decentralization and what features decentralization as a process should have. Since we were unable to bridge the gap by means of the Constitution, the Constitution assigned this authority to solve the problem to the Legislative Assembly. The deadline was not met because of the same type of concerns. There was lack of consensus in terms of what are the powers that will be assigned to each of the communal organization. How many communal groups would be in the city, what it would be the geographical limitations, so on and so forth. So this ended up in different judicial proceedings, considering the deadline established in the Constitution was not complied. Finally, this problem ended up with the law being enacted in 2004. There were efforts made to start working on decentralization. We created centers of management and participation that divided the city in 16 centers that were administered by delegates appointed by the mayor. In these centers, what we did was decentralize services with the idea of having the government closer to the community, and also propose spaces for citizen participation. They were a success, and there were different types of topics that were delved with, like safety, security. So those were years in which citizen participation was very active. As I said, in 2004, the act was finally passed, and it was, and since the problems of the jurisdiction kept on going, the final approval of the law was in 2000, at the end of 2005. This law, I will just make reference to the three main core aspects of decentralization. The law established that on the part of the powers, the communal groups would have the power that were exclusive in terms of secondary channels, the secondary streets, that is to say, streets that are not access to have a direct access to Buenos Aires, and a small and medium-sized parks. It has a section, the law has a section that is beautiful, that says that executive branch can delegate to the communal group specific powers by means of institutions that can help them establish budget. That did not happen. 20 years after that, the jurisdiction of the communal groups are still the same as the one indicated in the act. There was no expansion of our rights. In terms of territory, it was determined that communal groups would be 15. It was considered that the problem for this long debate was this one, the territory. We wanted, the problem was to find the escape, the scope, that is to say, which would be the better way to provide efficient services without losing this idea of having the government close to communities. So how many communal groups would be beneficial and efficient to achieve that target. So, and we ended up having 15 communal groups. I will let you know how they are organized. But in terms of territory, I would like to say, because this is something that really strikes me, is that the city of Buenos Aires today has multiple ways of division. We weren't able to unify the concepts like the ones we unified the communal groups. For example, a school district, police district. So you see the city that is, when you see the city, the division will be different depending on what is it that you want to see from the city, from which perspective you want to divide the city. I will let you know how they are organized, the communal groups. They have a board, a communal board that is integrated by 7 members that are directly elected. The presidency of this communal board is the one that with the political platform that got the majority of votes, and they are in office for years. On the other hand, it has a council board that is a popular participatory institution that is integrated by members of the neighborhood, civil association, political parties, and NGOs. The act wanted to propose the need to guarantee the rights of citizens as individuals to be part of these boards. The idea was to be able to participate in the council without being part of any type of institution, entity, or association. Lastly, the law indicated an intercommunal group coordination board together with the mayor that would debate upon policies that are intercommunal. The last element would be the budget, the big topic in question. What the law indicates is that each communal group would create its own budget, guaranteeing citizen participation by means of this communal advisory board. That is the reason why the individual citizens should have access to this type of boards and to participate in this type of boards. The Act established something that really moved us when working on the creation of this type of Act, is that within the legal framework of the communal work, we should be able to create a budget platform that would compensate inequalities between all the communal groups in the city. Each communal group has a different type of reality, different types of needs, strengths, and weaknesses. So from the budget, we wanted to find a balance to tackle the inequality from origin. I think that it's not important to say what happened with this idea, because I assume you may know. So the calling for election lasted a long time, because it was said that it was really difficult to call for an election because it was not easy to distribute communal groups, and it was difficult to create a list of the members that could run for communal leadership. So the first election happened 6 years after the enactment of the law. Now, I would like to let you know what we consider were the challenges for this decentralization process. The challenges started prior to the election process. On one hand, as you may know, this was a big change for the city in the way in which the city was organized in first place. So this change required a process of publication and a spread of knowledge. The Act indicated that the elections of communal leaders should be separate from other types of elections, because the idea was to be able to concentrate on each of the communal groups and their needs. The election got the possibility of eliminating that article in question. The other challenge is that the speech related to communal groups were here to increase the public expense was rooted deep down in the communities and erased the real concept of decentralization. That is something that we are still fighting against today. Then this process kept on going, and sadly, this started with a lot of enthusiasm and hope, and sadly, now that hope is decreasing. Some days after the election, having the communal leaderships being elected, the executive branch enacted another law that created a new type of group and transfer all the powers that were given to the communal groups to this new entity of organization. So now we see that there is an overlapping of competencies, because the authorities that were elected for each of the communal groups had now no way and no place to execute any type of power. So the city justice said that the creation of this new type of organization violated the creation of communal groups in cities, and sadly this proceeding was not initiated, and communal groups lost their competence and powers. In my opinion, the most severe attempt against decentralization is due to a reform project in 2013 was presented by the executive branch of the city. The law indicated that the executive branch gave a project that included changes that were so substantial to the communal act that transform completely the concept and nature of the communal act. The act had a section indicating that any difference between the executive branch and the communal groups should be, the dispute should be resolved in favor of the communal groups. Another point was that the communal groups were able to participate in the elaboration of political policies related to culture, health, environment. All this meant that the executive branch wanted to eradicate the power given to communals in the participation of policies. The executive branch indicated in this new project that they wanted to eliminate the participatory budget in communal groups and wanted to eliminate the possibility of having an advisory communal board to be part of the planning of the annual action plan. So all the competencies that were given by the initial law were eradicated by this new reform presented by the executive branch. So the law was sadly not passed, and the text of the law 1772 was not passed by, and the text remains as is with no broadening the scope of the law. When these new WAC were created, now we have bigger offices that were higher in the hierarchy that gave the powers that the communal groups should have from the very beginning. So now we have the WAC and these higher offices that had the same type of powers, but the communal leaders were elected by the community but weren't given any type of power to carry out any type of action. But the leaders of WAC and these higher offices were appointed by the executive branch, so they have more authority over communal groups. And then we have another program, something anecdotic, but I would like to highlight this because it's related to participatory systems. In 2017, Buenos Aires created a program called BA Chooses. They could decide which type of project they wanted to have in their neighbors, and they organized this program outside communal groups. The law indicated that communal territories were the places where the government should come closer to the communities. So the program is created and again leaves the communal groups and territories out of the game because they don't have budget to carry out public works, and the public works that are being carried out in their own territory are decided and executed somewhere else. There were legal proceedings that were enacted, and during all those years there were multiple legal proceedings that were carried out, but the justice never accepted the motions of the communal groups. Sorry, I am extending my presentation a lot, but to conclude is that we believe that initial hope and drive that had the autonomous city to start thinking in a law like this, we wanted to have something to start working on decentralization. And after the years, this hope and need of having decentralization possible started to get lost. This assign of powers was completed, but was never expanded. So that apparent close government that we wanted to promote was actually utopia. And now that is only just a physical place where citizens go to express their discomfort and with no budget. Citizen participatory is so essential that it is included even in Section 1, saying that Buenos Aires is organized as a participatory democracy. However, that hope dissolved and eliminated because the citizen does not see there are changes in his or her lifestyle or quality of life since the creation of communal groups. So, to wrap up, we believe that in order to happen decentralization and to have decentralization as participation, communal groups should have more powers and should have more resources in order for citizens to see that their application means changing for the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina Grimaldi. Thank you, Carolina Grimaldi, Metropolitan Citizenship, and to close the panel, Juan Domingo Viola, Secretary of Citizen Participation and Youth of Córdoba.
Vamos a ver si ande. Bueno, le voy a pedir permiso.
I'm going to ask for permission to the panelists because I need to stand up. First of all, to thank you, because if there is something that conferences have, is that local people can see what happens in other places and then bring that to our own processes. And when we see Benfica, who we have actually a friend from Argentina who lives there. Do you know who I'm talking about? Yes, Fideo Di Maria, the soccer player. I asked if the soccer field for Benfica is actually in his territory, and he said yes. Then to see the processes of how a space that is under the municipality can generate and can also govern, and how a city like Barcelona, where we took our first example, we copied from them, and also how a big city like Sao Paulo works, thus generates from the logic perspective that naturally this city of Córdoba should. This is what we copy, is how we believe the goal should be at, and how that goal could work. As a city, we have a double logic. Cities are always in process, and during these last few years, we have been going through a strong process of modification and installation, the system of citizen participation. We talk about a system because it works systematically. It has bodies, spaces, methods, procedures that they could work along with citizen participation. All of them with their own modifications and their needs of advancement and progress. Here in Córdoba, we see something that happens everywhere in the world, where what's the importance of the men and women in these processes, and what is that they create. When people get to the decision-making process, these processes are promoted more. When we are in the process of making those decisions with people that do not believe that with more participation we're going to live better, then these processes get stuck. The process of citizen participation in our city now has a double tire. First of all, we have a big city. We are the second biggest city counting the outskirts because we have different areas like urban and rural. And then the metropolitan area is also very big. We have the connection between the neighborhoods of neighboring cities that are considered part of like the greater city of Córdoba. So we created a body that includes the city of Córdoba and 6 more municipalities, because what happens in the neighboring cities also happens here, because many of those neighbors live there but work here, and we are starting to see the other way around as well. So we are a city that needs to see to the outside because it goes beyond the municipality. We also need to see inside because the constant growing of us as a municipality also grows the needs of the neighborhood, and also centralize the municipality to other levels that might be below. But we didn't have that. But now what we have is a system that was created 30 years ago, similar to what Barcelona has. This is what we have. It starts right there. It's actually a very simple idea, but then once you start analyzing there, it has certain complexity. They're called Community Participation Centers, CPC. We have the centralization of the administrative aspect from 30 years ago when they started. As a city, we want to decentralize our municipality from the administrative perspective. For example, to get your ID, to get the driver's license, you can go there. Then we have the institution of participation, because in 30 years, we were stuck in this process of advancement. 30 years ago, there was a man who was from a different political party. He was an incredible human being. His name was Rubén Américo Martí. That's why this is important for people to make advancement in processes. They need to believe, they need to want, and they need to like these processes. That's why these conferences are so important. It's important to want to do the processes. That's why we also say that it's important for Córdoba to have people from all over the world to see this and fall in love with these processes as they need to move forward. In CPC, we have participation with the different institutions of participation found in our founding charter. Here in Córdoba, we modified this under our ordinance. We are in one of them is the budget and then the level of neighbors. Last year, we worked with the participation of the youth. And like Barcelona, we have the self-management, similar to what Barcelona has, so they can do public work, and they can also work with public transportation, and they can work on like sidewalks and other things belonging to the neighbors. And then we have other aspects that are operative centers. Before, you could go to CPC and ask, can you change, let's say, the light bulb in the public lighting? And they would say no. Or can you fix that pothole? And they would say no. Because that was centralized. With the current governor and previous mayor, and now with Daniel, our current mayor, we did this thing called operative center. So now citizens are able to participate for something because they want something. That's to feel better, to see that their squares are better, that the neighbors are better, the neighborhoods are better, that the streets are better. They want to be happier in the place that they live. And then if they ask for something and that doesn't become a reality, then they stop participating. So this is a collective work, because I know that as a citizen, I'm not going to change that from my house. I need to get out of the house and get involved with the public aspects for things to change. That's where I participate. Now, if the government gives you an open table to participate, and then you bring a coffee, or in case of Argentinians, the mate tea, then when you don't have the mechanisms for these aspects to be carried out, then participation is not possible. And then things do not become a real opportunity. So we can say that participation was useless and people stop participating and they stop believing in the government, in politics, in the democratic system. As we said in the opening ceremony, what is possible that people who are part of the participation is important, because we need to create these areas. Our responsibility is not only for the areas that we are in charge of to work. We need to feel that we need to see that people believe in us. That's why participation is important. Now, with the participation institution and the operative center, we have different equipments and machinery. We go to a neighborhood, and then when they say, let's change the light bulb from the public light, they have the resources to be able to do that. So that's how it works. We have 17 CPCs. You can see that number there of the number of people that live here in Córdoba, then the square kilometers of our city. We inaugurated our last CPC 6 months ago. We think that continue with decentralization from the administrative perspective needs to be a work that will continue progressing. Now we have, however, we have a centralized head because everything comes from one place. Let's say those members there are picked by the mayor. And this is said by the mayor and the secretary who signed those agreements. We need to change our mindset to continue moving forward. We have 4 new CPCs. These are the programs of participation. You can see them online. We have here in Córdoba neighborhood centers, because we do have a representation by neighbors. Each neighborhood is able to choose the president of their neighborhood or their neighborhood center. We have been an example because we have 563 neighborhoods and more than 400 community centers. You can see there the budget that we talked about and the self-management option. As I said before, participating is not call me and listen to me, or being there and listen to me. It's not to work on the solution and do the solution together. It's not like open data. Is open government for us to work together. That's why self-management program is to give these neighborhood centers to give the resources so they can do the work there. So they are part of the government team, and they don't wait for the team. They are part of them. So they need to manage an executive role, not an executive role. And then we also have to continue working for participation in our city, in Argentina, and the world. It's from participation of listening to participation of doing. There are 13 new operative centers with this current administration. Now we're going to have a new CPC in Alta Córdoba. There is going to be the number 18 and 1 new operative center. So everything has consequences, and those consequences translate into numbers, and they need to be comparable. Now, to us, the deputy secretary, or I would say a former secretary, now he's in a different role, but I will ask him to tell us a little bit about the numbers. If I cannot show you the numbers, it's because I'm not telling you the truth then. Okay, so saying farewell from one area and being welcome to another. I worked with, while I was working with Juan, is that I needed to verify and demystify a little bit from what we see from a world level, when you see that the government is not spending resources correctly. And sometimes these resources are put somewhere else. This was a study process and a digital process, because what we see from the operative centers, they are put online, which allow us to put them in numbers. You can see that from when the first CPC was open and the record of each task and how it was done. Even though there are some tasks that are not reflected, these are the tasks that are reflected, that are done all the time. This gives us, you can see there that we have a number of 67,000 million pesos on the task that we have worked on. You can see in numbers how much it costs to work with these operative centers. And also you can see in the next slide the fixed spendings. And there you can see what happened. The updated inversion for all the operative centers in today's currency is more than 8 billion pesos. And then the expenses in those 41 months are more than $9 billion. This had to do with rent and anything that had to do with management of the CPCs, of the operative centers. In pesos is 65 billion pesos. So we can tell that 100% of the money that was invested was gotten back. Also, we were able to cover all the expenses, fixed expenses, and we were able to, and with this money left, we are able to create 34 more operative centers. With this, you can see that the state is efficient, especially when you have people in charge with a clear vision, and where the government needs to produce for the people and not in a different way. So thank you so much. It's an honor to show you these numbers, and it was an honor working before in this secretary. Thank you. So basically all of this has to do with administration. Municipality working with the administration and not with corporations. We have saved more than 50 billion pesos. These demystify that only with corporations the government can work, and that with its own management it cannot be done. You can tell here that all the decisions have to be done with a political support, because there is a percentage on the things that we need, let's say in this case the trucks, or to be able to build those buildings. We need to generate decentralization with these things. But it all depends on a centralized head. So we continue analyzing decentralization with a centralized head. So that's why we are going now with the fourth event. The previous ones were done in a national event. And we have the goal to analyze how it works, to listen to all of you, and to do a centralization in politics, and then an autonomy in government. So today we become more efficient and more effective with a politic decentralization. So, for example, a neighbor in a neighborhood can choose and elect an authority in their area because we believe that that makes the presence of the municipality better in that area. So this system shows that the process is on its way, it continues working, and we'll continue talking about this because we want to progress and we want to renovate the city charter. And we are convinced that with that, we'll be able to add more tasks because Córdoba deserves this. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. We have some minutes open for questions. I have some guiding questions that are here, but I think that you have answered them all. I would say that we have 3 questions from the public, if you would like to. Only 3 questions from the public, so please be brief. Good afternoon. It was a pleasure to hear you all. I'm from Córdoba, and I would like to know, in terms of the monitoring bodies, because I don't know if you said something about that. What type of surveillance bodies do you have in each of the communal groups? In terms of enforcement, in the case of the communal group acts. Hello. I haven't explained the legislative sphere, but after 2014, there was a national law that obliged municipalities that up to 2026 they should be decentralized in smaller municipalities. I think that Lisboa was the first one and the role model. So there isn't any rule. There is total autonomy. What is being done is that apart from the autonomy negotiated given by law, we negotiate every year a financial budget to carry out public works. Now we have 4 years of term where we will distribute 50 million euros to implement social projects like daycare centers for the elderly, or help them adapt different centers for mobility. So each of the budget is negotiated in each year. This term is going to be 50 million euros. This type of public works, we are granted some sort of jurisdiction, but each government is sovereign. In the case of the city of Buenos Aires, the Communal Act does not indicate anything in relation to surveillance. Is like any other geography in the city. The city is in charge of monitoring and surveillance. The point is that communal groups do not have a budget of their own. They just receive resources to sustain economically the services that the communal group offers. The group does not have the power to open build or execute public works. The city, the higher government, is the one deciding the public bids and the execution of public work. So the surveillance is something in the hands of the city. In Sao Paulo, we don't have a surveillance group specific, but the budget of the deputy mayor's office is the same as the city. So there isn't a specific surveillance body, but there is not decentralization of surveillance. It is something centralized by means of the municipality. In the case of Barcelona, as I said, the district, as it has full power, it has political control. So you have the political power at the level of district. Then the administrative and operation control is at the national level.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I have a lot of questions, but I was asked to be brief. To São Paulo speaker, you said that you have a deputy mayor's office with its own budget. Is that funds by means of a primary source, or those are funds allocated? There in that budget, salaries for the staff is included in that budget or not?
Well, the deputy mayor's office have their own budget, but there is a negotiation with the central budgeting. So the mayor is the one who decides how much is going to be the budget for the deputy mayor's office. So it has its own budget, but there is a need for negotiation. Of course, the deputy mayors are part of the processes. They ask what they believe is necessary for their own reality. And right now, the secretariat for the deputy mayor's office is working along with the mayor to see the importance of each budget. But we have autonomy on how to spend the money. There is not a link between the resources of the territory and see how the mayor is going to divide the budget for each deputy mayor's office. We do have the autonomy of using the money, as we say, with licitations, with contracts. That's where you have the autonomy. But to be able to have the budget, you have to go into negotiation. So right now we are going through negotiations with the mayor for each one of the deputy mayor's offices. So even though you have that negotiation, you have autonomy to use those funds. So thank you. I have to add that it's an honor to have been a voter with the founding charter in the city of Córdoba by participating on it. When we did that, as a member of the first Congress, when we did the founding charter, we thought about dividing the city in different deputy mayor's offices to be able to get to better citizen participation in regards to the growth of the city. I do remember that back then, the committee of decentralization went and talked to the mayor, Martí, and we proposed that decentralization. He asked that even though he agreed with the idea of decentralization, not to advance with the legislature because he had put everything in order on what the members of the first Congress had decided on. So even the voters back then wanted to put certain aspects. Córdoba had the first local constitution, and it was the first time for a city with more than 1 million people. So that's why the people from Buenos Aires understood that if they wanted to meet with somebody, it had to be with Córdoba. And we talked with them, and we talked with us, with the people of Córdoba. And a few minutes ago, one of you were talking about control. As the members of the first Congress, we put something in mind. It was the concomitant control, joint control, because we have to control the payment, so you avoid paying a contractor 80%, let's say, to build something that has been built 10 or 20%, and then that becomes fraud, as many of you have probably seen on the newspapers. Here in Córdoba, we have a joint control. We cannot pay something beyond what has been built from that contract. So that's one example that should be kept in mind, because you can actually see that control working. Besides that, the secretary mentioned that there needs to be a reform on the founding charter. I do believe that it needs to be updated, because time has gone by since it was created. Many things have happened since then, and there are more examples and experiences. However, let's keep in mind that the founding charter had different aspects that have not been completely applied. So let's first apply the original founding charter and then make reforms and updates. But most importantly, let's think of an organized community. An organized community does not only mean seeing the neighborhood centers acting, but it means that participation should be promoted, fostered even more, so all members in the community feel committed from the place that they live, and they think of the future for each society, to think of themselves and to see themselves in the future. And as they can be seen as a whole community, and then we will not be surprised when aspects are brought from a higher level to a lower level, and that could damage our society.
Good afternoon. My name is Mónica Pesantes from Cuenca, Ecuador. I definitely feel honored to be here in this Congress. You've been really good people, and I hope in 2 years we can receive you all in our place in Cuenca, Ecuador. That would be fascinating. My question is for Juan Domingo. We have our system, our participatory system has specific characteristics in Cuenca, Ecuador. And I'm here with Monica, the Director of Governance, and the one that presides the Committee on Citizen Participation. So we divide urban and rural areas. Rural areas have parish councils. And in the case of the Department of Governance, indicates that takes on the control of the expenses, and the remaining funds are carried over to the next year. So I have a doubt in terms of neighborhood committees. What are their powers? Who are made up the neighborhood committees? And if there is a legal framework. In our case, we monitor by means of the budgets that we approve, and secondly, we write ordinances. Within the committee, we are writing an ordinance related to neighborhood committees. You call them differently, but I would like to know what are the powers that you grant to them, because we would benefit from knowing that information. Thank you very much. Okay. I will accept the invitation to go to Cuenca, and definitely members of the team are going to go with me. In terms of neighborhood committees, there is 400 committees, and they stem out from the initiative of the community. The municipality has nothing to do with asking them to form a neighborhood committee. They have the willingness to gather around. They create a community, and after that, they create the community center. If there are 2 or more political platforms, they go on an election. We have an ordinance that regulates the neighborhood committee, which is incorporated in the founding charter of our city. They are the concept of these committees is included in the founding charter, and they may have buildings that they manage, where they provide workshops, where they provide sports. They have a common space for the community, up to the possibility of we modify the ordinance for public we ask them to provide public work services, and they can carry out the provision of services in terms of maintenance or their space. So you participate by being part of the executive branch. So each neighborhood chooses a leader and carries out public work in their own territory. The public works are done faster, they are more accessible, and the ones that are carrying out the project are the ones that will benefit in the future of those proposals. So we started with the paradigm of participation into action. Herman, which is the Deputy Secretary in charge of neighborhood committees, will share with you the ordinance. Thank you very much to all our speakers. We are going to end the panel. We would like to thank you all, and it's an honor to have this type of representation from international cities that are, for Córdoba, a role model to follow. Thank you for showing how you do your work. We would like to thank you all the assistants, and we're going to close the panel. Thank you very much, Agustin. Thank you, everyone. We are going to give the speakers some gifts. So we're going to ask Aníbal Bove to come to the stage, Directorate of Urban Sanitation of the Municipality of Córdoba, who was also part of the panel. And to the Deputy Secretary, Pablo Pineda, Germán Bosa, on behalf of the Municipality of Córdoba, to give some presents to our speakers. While they give the presents to the speakers, we want to remind you to give back the headset for interpretation. Those of you who have a golden bracelet, please go to the building across the street. And then we're going to go to the lunch break up to 2 p.m., where we are going to find again for the session to speak about local governments from a constitutional perspective, the challenges of municipal law. Thank you very much.
get started with session number 15. This will be the last session in this auditorium. It's about local government from a constitutional viewpoint and the challenges of municipal law. So we have three specialists: Julián Portela, Professor of Constitutional Law of the National University of La Plata; Pablo Sánchez Latorre, who will also be the moderator of this session. He's a professor in History of Law in the National University of Córdoba; and Gustavo Arballo, Professor of Constitutional Law of the National University of La Pampa, if I am not mistaken. All of them are from Argentina, and they will be talking about the challenges of the municipal law.
Thank you very much to the presenter. Welcome you all. I am the host here, and it's an honor for me to be part of this panel with these two colleagues. It's a pleasure to have speakers that are well known as Dr. Arballo and the lawyer Portela. Guadalupe Valcarce cannot be here due to medical conditions. She was part of the panel, so we hope she can get better soon. The idea is to have the speakers develop their presentation in 15-20 minutes, and we will try to stick to the timeline. After that, if we have time, and I hope we do, we will share some questions or concerns from the public. The idea is that we speak about the topic, about challenges of the municipal law, and we will try to bring to the room questions and reflections on the topic. Lawyer Portela will speak from participation, and Arballo from the perspective on autonomy. And myself, I will try to speak about access to justice. So without any further introduction, Arballo will start. Thank you very much. We are very happy of being here. We were speaking before together, and we are happy to know that we are bringing to question our local rights in governance and in the legal framework. We will go from something general to viewpoints that are specific. I will start with something more general, more abstract maybe, and then I will try to go a little bit deep into the constitutional framework, which is very local, very specific to the Argentinian community. If I based my speech in section 123 and its order of autonomy. But if we start from a broader viewpoint and considering the title of the session, I would like to start by saying that the local government, the autonomy as a human right, which seems to be not intuitive, because when we think about human rights, we think about first generation human rights, that is to say freedom, property, the rights, the second generation rights, which are economic, social rights, and cultural rights. But in all these concepts, the subject in human right is a person. And when we think of a municipality or a provincial government, it's not a holder of a right. However, I would like to switch perspectives, and I would like to affirm that there exists autonomy as a human right, and this is not an academic exercise, but it has real consequences. Thinking autonomy as a human right is a new way of seeing the right. And I'm going to give you an example. Within the right of participating in politics, which is a right that is taken in human rights international human rights conventions, there is a There is advancements and there is a real functioning related to the right of having an institution that is closer to people. That institution of proximity is recognized from the early stages of history. This institution believes that making decisions locally has more advantages of being epistemic, of being transcendental, and of accountability. When we think of making decisions not based on a local impact, it would be better to materialize our options of political policies in expansions and restrictions of rights, and we would think of making decisions on a local perspective. And I say this because this is something that is useful for us, because when we place these concepts in a specific framework, we can use tools or strategies that are well known from the theory of human rights, and specifically, I would like to highlight in these three obligations the state has. Instead of speaking from an abstract point of view or from the speculation on the concept of autonomy, we start thinking on the obligations states have in terms of autonomy that are established from human rights, and I can use the concepts of these three responsibilities the state has, and from the international perspective, we all know states have the obligation of respect, protecting, and fulfill human rights. Let's remember a bit, for those who are not in the legal field, in the obligation of respecting right, the state cannot go against a human right. If we translate that to municipal autonomy, that means the national state cannot take over responsibilities on local governments. The same happens for provincial government in comparison to local government. That is to say, not having a negative impact on the local right. The second responsibility, which is protecting the autonomy, means to activate the protection of protecting states from attacks. So national state cannot attack the liberty of the freedom of speech or attacks to journalists in their safety, which is, as you can see, different from the right of respect, a right. And the third concept has a twist. In Spanish, we normally say garantizar, which will be fulfill. And with less frequency, we speak about the promotion of a right. And I believe the word promotion as an expression, because the word garantizar or fulfill is similar to this sort of shield. Let's look at how this word is used in some other language. In human rights field, we use this idea of fulfillment in English, and in French, réaliser. This gives us a key on the nuances in the definition of the concept. So that's the reason why I try to use words like promoting or strengthening. So the state is not an entity that withholds the power of attacking, but with this new conception, the state willingly prevents itself from impacting negatively on the local government, and provides more resources, more power, more jurisdiction to the local government. This is the second finding when we start thinking about autonomy as a human right, when we start to see the concept in detail. If you activate that these concepts. These are core concepts in judicial proceedings. We see that in some other spheres of at the national level, they do not respect, they do not protect, or in the case of judicial power, they do not activate the protection towards human rights. Therefore, it doesn't exist the obligation of promoting, of going beyond in the promotion of human rights. And these are the consequences of considering autonomy as a human right. What is the duty of promoting? We can call it like Robert Alexi, the German philosopher, said, this is a principle that it is a mandate. This is not something as a regular obligation, like an obligation that is symbolic or in etymology. It is a must that the states should carry out. They should promote and execute the promotion of human rights, things that we have included in our national constitution within the section 123. The second consequence of establishing the autonomy as a human right and within this framework. In human right, we have the principle of pro homine, that when in doubt, we look for the most favorable resolution within the framework of human rights. This is something we need to think about. I don't say that this is the norm, but it's a way of start thinking about judicial sentences and political decisions. We need to apply the principle of municipal power. We should presume that there is competence in municipal power unless there is an express and overt limitation, and not the other way around. The jurisdiction of the municipalities are the second level. So the national level and the provincial level do not take this as this concept as their own. So now is within the jurisdiction of the municipalities. So taking this principle of the power on the municipalities is key to move away from this concept of residue. That is to say, the power given to municipalities is what is left from the powers that are taken by higher levels of governance. When we establish, and this is sort of an example to understand these concepts, when we understand the autonomy as a human right, we can apply classic concepts of the proportionate test. When we see the law under risk, or when we evaluate the restrictions applied to the autonomy of municipalities. Again, let's remember the 3 stages of this proportionate test of restricting rights. The restrictions should be of expertise, necessary and proportional in terms of the area. There are 3 stages. There is a lot of literacy and resources you can read. I am just trying to go back to the concept, but if I want to delete a power to a municipality, I should establish that that is the best thing to do, that is suitable, that is appropriate. For example, the picking up of trash is an obligation that would be better resolved by a higher level of power. It should be necessary. That is to say, there is another way that is more efficient rather than giving this power to the municipality. And proportionate in the sense that the execution or the taking on of that responsibility by a higher level of governance shows a significant advantage when we compare that to the execution at the local level. So these are some of the ideas that stem from taking this analytical model, we may say, of thinking municipal autonomy or the autonomy of a local government as a human right. And I truly believe this is a human right, maybe implicit in the conventions that speak about political participation. When we have political participation that is diffuse, that is under other conflicts or other agents, maybe it can be seen as inefficient and not valid. While when citizens know that their willingness is important, that their active engagement means having effects on their territory, this generates a responsible activation, a responsible engagement, and revitalizes a problem that we have nowadays, which is the distrust on government, on power, and on justice, and on democracy as a whole.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. At the end of the presentations, we are going to give the floor to the people to ask questions. Aristotle, do you know who am I talking about? Maybe it's a name that you don't know. And when I was told that this was going to be an international conference, I thought of somebody who had a lot to do with constitution and municipalities. The first person with the thought of constitution was Aristotle. He wrote the constitution of the polis from the area, basically the municipalities. I want to thank the organization and the Catholic University of Córdoba, Oidp, and the municipality of Córdoba for inviting me to speak. I want to focus on the things that we have at hand, how to revitalize them. In Argentina, we don't see municipalities in a good manner. On Section 5 of 1853. However, we had to go over a lot of barriers so the justice and the Supreme Court could understand in an act from 1989 through the municipality of Rosario, where the court that marked 8 differences that we ask students at the university. For example, the university where Gustavo studied from, or even at the university where Pablo went to law school. That's where they study constitutional law. But the important thing is that I like to understand the difficulties on municipality and municipal law and the challenges so we can put them at a higher level on the role. So it's important to understand that sometimes municipalities in Argentina, we have 2,200. Some provinces have more and others less. In Buenos Aires, we have 135 municipalities. We have some of them with more than 3 million people living on them, like La Matanza. And we have some other municipalities with 1,200 people living on them, like General Lavalle. So for most Argentinians, the municipality is the most visible body from the state, from the government. If they want to ask for something, they will ask the municipality. We have a pyramid from Kelsen that we study. We have 24 provinces and an autonomous city like the city of Buenos Aires, and 1,200 municipalities. I see one of my friends here from the Catholic University of Córdoba also. But we're going to see this pyramid I was talking about the other way around. And we're going to assess how we don't put so much value in the municipalities. And the other thing that we see is that 70% is administered by the national level, 20% by the provinces, and then even less than 10% are administered by the municipalities. So we ask for more to the part of the government that has the least amount of funding. So there is a centralization here. It is very strong because, as you know, economy is power, and so is money. And sometimes federalism gets into measurements at the fiscal level that have to be concrete. There are some things that I would like to talk about that have to do with constitution and economy. We need to concentrate on an authority that has to be seen as a community, as a union, and we have to centralize on the role of the government. As we all know, and even scientifically speaking, we're in a reality that is more globalized. We have a bigger exclusion of society. We see this in big and small cities. Córdoba is an example of this, as well as Buenos Aires and La Plata. A good amount of people are underneath the poverty line, and not many are above the poverty line. And many of them inside the system. The tendency in cities is to create micro cities with neighborhoods that are private and close with their own climate, microclimate, so they look into other neighborhoods without respect. And there are neighborhoods that are needing even more, and they're getting difficult to get the different aspects that they need. So when we see the preamble, we see the objectives that are needed for us to be formed as a society. Few of those objectives talk about the well-being of people. So once again, the municipality calls us to be integrated as a society. There is no such a thing where the Constitution is telling us that we have tools to form as a society. We have the neighbors that shouldn't be an enemy. The municipalities should have more tools, and it's time for that. So we should celebrate these types of events. Especially when we're talking about participation, that should be more comprehensive and to integrate everyone. I think that these types of challenges always need the message that municipalities need to have more value and have the right resources. As I started with something universal, when I talked about Aristotle, I want now to talk about somebody very local. We're very close to May 25th. And many of us will think of an image that we were always asked to draw. And one of them is the town council back in 1810. So thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you, lawyer. Your ideas were clear. I would just like to add, and being between two famous and iconic figures in the constitutional law. So please, I would like to add that from the perspective on management, I was in charge of a team that executed and we are still trying to do that, we executed how we transform local justice. So, if we think about the experiences and the challenges that we have experienced, we start thinking how we can foster cohabitation in terms of how we administer justice. So I would like to bring to the room some questions to reflect upon in participation meetings, in particular in the way on how we administer justice. Let's look at administration of justice in the local government from the traditional perspective. The first ordinance that was discussed in December 1983 and 1984 was the Code of Misdemeanors. We treated how we would sanction minor offenses. So we saw how the system operates in the cohabitation, in participation, and in the community. In concepts such as safety, something that is simple, we should say, well, the municipality is not in charge of security. Okay, let's think this in a comprehensive way. If you are using your cell phone while driving and you are making a minor offense, you are being you will receive a fine for traffic, and you end up causing a crash. Will eventually mean all the judicial system being involved in that accident, that we are taking resources from the state out of other problems the state has, which this is the concept of security that people make reference to. But again, all the resources in the state are put now to work in this car crash that started by a wrong behavior from the part of the citizen. So we need to think from the individual perspective and how my individual action has an impact on the community and the use of resources. We saw that the misdemeanor court, I have my judge, I have the inspector of traffic, and the judge carrying out that legal proceeding believes that act is the consequence of that act would mean a fine, for example. So to this concept of justice lacks two functions, the function of prevention and the function of education. So we have four functions, four powers now, two that should be incorporated and two that should be reshaped. So here in Argentina, in Mendoza, Buenos Aires, Rosario, Córdoba, they don't have a minor offenses code, but they have a cohabitation code. And that is not just a change in concept, that is a change in paradigm, in schema. When you see in the European Union, there is also a change in paradigm at the end of the 90s. So when we speak about minor offenses code, we are speaking about two different paradigms. So considering that we're moving to a cohabitation code, the first thing we did was to formalize the institutions, the procedures in line with the Constitution. However, when you see and analyze the legal proceedings in Argentina and Latin America at the municipal level, are they based on oral speech? On oral? No, they are written. Do they have a surveillance office that can make a follow-up, receive citizens? Well, actually, no. Those are the least. They are trying to update themselves, but this is something that happened in the provincial level, in the national level. They have their own surveillance office. Do they have assistance to the victims, for example, in offenses? No, we don't provide assistance to victims. those who have lived 30 years next to a dumping ground, they don't receive psychological or health assistance, or their children don't receive health assistance, and they are vulnerable. So the municipal government does not have an oral speech, they do not have a DA office, but the processes and the proceedings are of the misdemeanor code is still ancient. Do you have a data department where you can see, where you have a registry in order to compare the type of minor offenses citizens commit? No, actually no. We saw the digitalization of information. Gradually, we started to create a surveillance body where there are cohabitation promoters who have a similar activity like a police officer that tries to enforce the law. But after a series of meetings and workshops for educating these promoters, we try to, we end up having, for example, a fine.
Donde esa escuela.
We created a movable school that moves around neighborhoods, cities, where we explain how our behaviors, citizens' behaviors, may have a negative impact on the community. And we see why we have a neighbor, a citizen, passing a light that is red, and he does so because he is afraid of suffering from a robbery. So we need to understand how we believe in community. Sometimes citizens join WhatsApp groups because they feel safer when doing so. So the function of educating and the function of prevention and surveillance is still centralized in this figure of the police officers. However, in the case of Córdoba, or Colombia, we have this concept of promoter. We have a different code of coexisting, but it's this concept of promoter is similar in terms of environmental aspect, but it's not an experience that is comparable to us because the violence is different. We also need to think in metropolitan government, in how we standardize norms and rules. Let's look at Córdoba. It has more than 1 million inhabitants, and in the metropolitan area, 2 million inhabitants. So 2 million people are moving around Córdoba. So when they cross the street, on one end, we have the dog that is dangerous, need to wear a muzzle to protect the citizen, but on the other side of the street, no. In some areas, in some streets, you see in an area that could be a protected natural land, and on the other part of the street, this same land is violating a right. So from one side of the street, you can organize a party, and on the other side, you cannot. So depending on the areas, we have different types of surveillance. So the way we establish orders, the laws in order to establish the minor offenses need to be organized in a way, at least aspirational, in order to balance these all inequalities. In considering the experience in the experience of chambers of police officers in the provincial security department, when Martín Jarjora was the mayor of the city, a fine can be issued. During 5 months, we were working on that, and the citizen knew how, by cameras and by these new procedures, surveillance was possible. Citizens at the beginning thought that this has let's say, a monetary background purpose. We issued more than 1,000 fines, and the community understood that now it wasn't the same, the urban control that the municipality was carrying out. It was not something physical, like seeing the police officer moving around with a block of papers taking down notes, but cameras were also registering all the minor offenses. We started seeing tracks. There was a conception that believed that the merchants going on horses around the city were committing traffic fines. And when we saw the ordinance as to which was the fine that should be applicable for culprits in environmental issues, we saw that the legislation was not up to date. For example, a person that lives in a land that is not maintained properly and that generated dengue, it was difficult for us to apply the correct fine and the correct sanction to culprits and actually generate a change in the community behavior.
As you were mentioning, Aristotle, that you mentioned the ethic judgment for citizens to see if they were behaving in a way where they would evaluate, and then citizens would say if they could compare each other depending on the places where the discussions were taken on. As to summarize, why a procedure that should be fast in the municipal proceedings has to be done through in person? On Section 8, according to judicial fulfillments, every person should be it should be given the rights. Before, you could basically put a lawsuit, or you could put a lawsuit. Let's say in Germany, judges had a special name where they could listen to people. And when we start realizing that when judges were listening to the people, a few days after presenting the suit, we had 98% of user satisfaction because of the use of the justice system and working with judges. We are at 65% of reaching an agreement on this. And there was a judge, and even there are some cases when we can get to an agreement or to a final decision between around 6 months, going down from 1 year like before. Another topic to talk about with citizen participation is to say if jury duty of the jury who, let's say in the case of Rosario, when we're talking about a misdemeanor, in their coexisting code, they have a jury duty for the municipal law. I apologize for the long speech, but I hope I was clear about what I was talking about. Are there any questions on the floor? Yes, please, go ahead. That municipalities can count on, and also about what Professor Sanchez was talking about regarding the misdemeanor court. I wanted to ask you what you think about the safety of municipalities. Many times we see that neighbors complain about that the main issues that they have is safety. one of the proposals that they mention is the organization of police force within the municipality. So I know that there could be some practical aspects and constitutional aspects to take into account. I want to know your opinion about the practical aspect. Do you think this is viable? This is possible? And also if we can connect that with what Professor Sanchez-Latorre was talking about.
I will start by making reference to a known metaphor of politologists from the US. That when they speak about the distribution of power in national and provincial government, and that is also applicable at the 3 levels. This concept of layer cake, that would be vanilla and chocolate flavors, and that would be it. You can see that at plain sight. However, the marble cake, mixed cake, we see competencies, powers, we see an intertwined texture. So what they say is we no longer have a system where one topic belongs only to one stage or to one level. Of course, that is except to the airports, customs, withholdings. So because customs is only something that exists at the national level, but security, education, safety, health, those are intertwined jurisdictions, powers. That saying that the municipality cannot take over a topic, an issue in these topics would not be true. Then we can argue if, for example, a neighborhood board or neighborhood group would carry guns, for example, but that is not the complete answer. The complete answer would be that most of these topics require interaction. As I said, a jointly interaction, if we make reference to the metaphor of the marble cake with this intertwined texture. When we think about challenges and the problems that we face, I never advocate for a municipality that assumes that everything can only be done by the municipality. There are things that cannot be done by the municipality and should not be done by the municipality for many reasons, logistics, powers. So at that point, I would say that we speak about the principle of national loyalty. Since individuals should exercise their rights in good faith, the states should do the same. But they cannot go over the rights of other people or other states. So there should be a principle of loyalty at the lower level, where the municipality knows that they cannot take on powers that go against the rights of the provincial police force, for example. I think that the movements have a lot to do in terms of security, and that they do.
Yes, that was a really good question. I'm going to look at it from a different perspective, but it will be complementary because I agree with what he said. I want to highlight some things that have to do with practice. A few days ago, I looked into some data from Córdoba, and even though I know that this auditorium is international, I think that this is interesting that some surveys said that the topics that worry citizenry the most is security and transportation. And however, those two topics do not relate to the constitutional level in the municipality. It should be done to a national and provincial level, not municipality. And another aspect is that Córdoba is asking for subsidies because public transportation, the subsidies for public transportation were harshly reduced. And what's happening with this is that basically workers are being affected by these measures. So now the municipality is taking charge of this. So this drives resources to this particular area. I'm not talking about ideology, I'm talking from the practical perspective. This is happening in municipalities in different parts of the country. And the workers cannot drive, otherwise it will be spending too much money. So this is a dialogue that should happen at a national level. As Gustavo was mentioning before, there are some concurrent powers, but there are some municipalities that have a few thousand people, and we even see that driving licenses should be done at a provincial level, because sometimes you see that when we do it with a municipality, some people are driving and it's the same person who is at the entrance and gives you the driver's license. So we should also talk about security at an urban level, even though Argentina has one of the lowest rates, and even from Latin America level is one of the lowest crime rates and from homicides. So this is something worrisome also, but it's always put on the agenda so we can live in fear, it seems. So we have to trust in the government, in the sense that we should go back to the general well-being. I think that the agents in the municipality, we can focus on prevention to see where the most comprehensive problems are located. Thank you so much.
I would like to say that I agree with you in terms of prevention as an example that we would like to develop. When we see something, a minor infraction, we are using resources that should be useful somewhere else in priorities that the community has established. For example, if we call the police if the community asks for the police to come and see why people is throwing trash at places they shouldn't, that is the events where our resources should be allocated. From the concept, we need to think what is the definition of public policy means, and the difference with the government action. So if you have more crimes and you put more police in streets, then that is an action. But the policies should be thought of the root causes of these issues or these problems. And that is not something related to government action, something that we should be reflecting upon. Thank you very much. I don't know if you have questions.
Thank you. To put you in an international context, on this international context from Oidp, I am from Paraguay. Since 1982, we had a constitutional reform, and then in 2010, we were able to finish the municipal charter, founding charter reform. The municipalities were debating if we should modify the law, even though the previous law that was active, that was 1987, nowadays is a different one. So the president of the republic said the mayors, who were the mayors and how they were going to be elected. I do remember that in those debates, because I was also part of some of them, sometimes we were talking with the council members and the mayors, how should cities be designed? And many times, some of these council members will get worried because it was the first time that they were meeting with mayors. And I do remember that back then, in many powers of municipalities, people from the municipal level were always fighting because they wanted to be in charge of water, public transportation, and everything else. Nowadays, the big debate seems that there are too many powers and fewer resources. And even though the founding charter says that any new power that the state government, that the state resides into the municipal level, should have the resources for those new powers. So now, even though we have those powers, we have, for example, public transportation powers, and many times the internal public transportation in municipalities is the worst because they're not efficient. Nowadays, mayors have to understand a lot the Constitution and understand the language of the people and the public works to be able to understand the urban life, which is very complex. Many times we do many experiments, and a few days ago we had something going on with the executive branch. And also in some cities next to Brazil and Argentina, similar things have happened. So in Paraguay, we choose many times lawyers. We have lawyers from the misdemeanor court that answers to the council members. If many times you have the bad luck that you had a certain ordinance from the municipality and then it goes into misdemeanor judge, then you need to have $1,200 to see what was the thing that you did to get that fine. So now in this event from Latin America, I want to know, does this really respond to the daily life of people, or do the legislations that happen, in our case, in our municipalities, anytime that we want to work in infrastructure, it has to go into voting. And then it becomes an exception. So any new section goes into voting. So in the OIDP, we will need to see the framework of the international law. So the decisions regarding ordinances at local level, in citizen participation, we see something very interesting because it's not intertwined. It's not binding. The fear of binding, of the word binding, seems very fearful because citizens are worried that some things will increase the price of public transportation, but during campaign, all citizens are incredible, right?
Yes.
Bueno.
Welcome to the guest from Paraguay. I had a chance of being at the Republic University in Asunción, giving lectures and speeches, and I did see what you explained. Paraguay had a huge economic growth in Asunción, and I would like to emphasize that some sections in Asunción seem to be from developed countries, and some others seems to be quite behind in progress. This means the strong centralization of economic management at the national level that prioritizes some areas, and rural areas still are as in ancient times. So this is not only an analysis at national level, but I think that is at international level. So the emphasis should be on what is it that we're going to do. We know the governments are fundamental for integration, for lifestyle, our happiness. The happiness of our country is different from the American happiness. We see that on pictures, we see that on films. We are being bombarded with that type of happiness, of capitalism. when kids are sent away when they are 16 to work. And I'm sorry if there are Americans here in the room, but it's a completely different concept of happiness. I still like to go on a barbecue with friends on Friday, speaking about politics, playing soccer, being with the family. We are not interested in having a TV at every room in our house. That's the reason why dialogue needs to be plain, from understanding where we are going and what is well-being. So when we speak about security, for example, or that things are going wrong, I think we should go back to speaking about well-being and speaking with citizens and with the people of Paraguay as well.
Bueno,
Okay, to summarize, I'm sorry, always we don't have enough time, and just a final remark on the comments from the member of Paraguay. A play in the 90s from Henki Ishbert from Norway, The Enemy of the Community. It's an exquisite theater play where the mayor, very similar to Carlos Paz, that lived out from tourism, the community lived out of the services that they provided due to tourism, and they have things related to that aspect. And the mayor named his brother as the doctor of the city. At one point, this doctor started to get different types of illnesses, and he was not able to identify the root cause of the illness. And one of the hypotheses was that the lake was polluted, and he sent that sample to the university where he was formed. He never said a word, and when the report came back, it says that the origin of all the illnesses in the community, especially in children, was this polluted water that resulted from a bad sewage system. Therefore, he knew that would bring up a problem, and he said to his brother, the mayor, we need to close the lake. I know that if we do so, we're going to lose our jobs, and we know that citizens will choose jobs and economic progress. And the community carried out a meeting to take him out of power. The mayor was declared the enemy of the community, and he said that I thought that the lake was polluted, but actually what is polluted is the moral basis of our community. Thank you very much.
Perdón.
Thank you very much to the three speakers of today. Oh, sorry. I had the microphone and I wanted to say something. I was member in 1983 of the first Congress, who then gave the founding charter to this city. And I say this as an introduction of myself to say that I am honored to be part of these meetings, because they mean that we make judgments on ourselves in order to improve all the things that we need to get better, not only here in Córdoba, in our country, but also in the humanity. What I want to say is that the society is built in its structure first by the central columns, which are linked to the human condition, and then the details, how the departments are distributed, for example. So, making reference to the structure, I would say that we are at a very difficult moment. The humanity is undergoing a difficult time. Apparently, the motive of the rich ones is making their richness being growing, and these 8 or 10 individuals in the world have more than the rest of the inhabitants in the world. So if we start from that remark, and then we go back to the microsphere of a city, we need to think that we need to invert that concept. The most important thing is to have an organized community that can help us change the behaviors in its community, of its governments, and then of the structure of the society as a whole. If we don't do so, we will see fragmentation that will take us to the dissolution, the collective dissolution as municipality, as nation, and as humanity. I wanted to reflect upon when I get by the end of my days, I need to think in the youth. Next generations are not worth of what they are, but what they promise. But if they are well formed and well trained, they can contribute to this community. This that seems to be a general assumption was inspired out of all the things that you have said. My friend from La Plata, the colleague from Córdoba, and my friend from La Pampa. I'm happy to see someone from La Pampa here in Córdoba. I was born in San Luis province, and I ended up living here in Córdoba. I had the chance of traveling around the world. I was professor at the University of Bologna, and speaking at the Konrad Naue, speaking about institutions, I said Córdoba is an example of municipal development. And why? Because we were concerned about speaking how close the government should be to communities. So going back, in order to wrap up my ideas, it is important to build an organized community so that we can project and translate that to the rest of the organizations in humanity. Thank you.
Ahora sí, muchísimas gracias.
Well, thank you to the 3 panelists on this session 15. We are giving end to the activities in this auditorium. Next is the closing ceremony across the street. Thanks to all of you for being here. Thank you to the interpreters. Please, a big round of applause. Have a good evening. Thank you, everyone.